What's up, everybody? This is your boy Chris Reed Beats back with another video. Welcome everybody to the stream. Today we are going to be talking about Reason's meters, the master bus compressor, as well as the faders inside of Reason. We're going to be starting off by checking out a track and just make sure I'm checking vocals right now. So appreciate you guys for coming through to the stream. If you're in here, please drop something in the chat and let me know that you're in here, man. We're going to be relocating this camera, but in the meantime, I'm actually going to pull up a file from a track that I was working on recently. I guess I also could just like reposition this microphone real quick. We're going to be looking at a track that I recently was working on and actually give it a little bit of gain here, just so we make sure that we can hear everything and everything is good. So I'm gonna pull up this track. In the meantime, man, some news and things that's going on in the world of Chris Reed Beats. We did start our membership on the channel, and really that really is just for you guys, to give you guys extra content, to give you guys extra like downloads and things like that. You guys know that I've been creating like combinator patches as well as like patches for using in Reason. You know, so I've been like creating a lot of different things, loops and samples and all kind of stuff, and I want to actually be able to give that to you guys. But I felt like it should go to the people that, you know, really love this channel and really support this channel. So with that, you know, we're going to start our membership, and all of those download links will be there in that membership portion. So if it's something that I'm going to give to you guys for free, or something I'm creating for the channel, then it's going to be in that membership portion of the channel, as well as like extra cookups, behind the scenes stuff. You guys know I'm pretty much like an open book. If you watch this channel, then, and you know me, like I pretty much like show you guys like my life in general. So it's just kind of like being able to see even more of that. If that's something that you're interested in, then I suggest you hit the join button so that you guys can, you know, be a part of the membership. And of course you get all the emojis and the badges that come with that to show, you know, your support for the channel and for, you know, what I do here with Reason. So I would really appreciate it. It would be super dope if that's something you're interested in, and it'll just always be there. And of course, I'm always going to be pumping out videos, always doing a live stream on Thursdays. But if you want more live streams, that's another option. If you join the membership, there's going to be extended live streams on that as well. So yeah, man, really excited. Hope you guys check it out. With that being said, let me go ahead and pull up this Reason file, and we'll get started with our session for the day. And I actually made this on my laptop. So here we are in Reason. Got my little face right there. Let me go ahead and get rid of this guy. All right, let me see. I can just, you know what I'm saying, boom, he'll be back. I'll be back later. But yeah, go ahead and check out the track. And it's probably going to be louder than what my voice was at, so I'm going to kind of try to adjust it and bring it up accordingly so that we don't get any issues.
What is your profession?
Yeah, see, I don't have anything on there right now. So first, let me actually make sure I go over here. So if you guys, if you are streamers, or if you use OBS, or if you just, you know, need to actually just add in your sound, you want to add in your sound from Reason into a stream or into a recording via OBS or other programs, this VST, this plugin called Restream is a really good program to do that. So I'm just going to add this Restream in here. I'm going to use my control room out, and we'll just add that in there right there. I didn't notice that. So technically we could do this as well. We could go, that's sending the audio out, and then if we want, we could send this back up here. So now the audio is coming from the control room into the plugin, and it's coming back out to the audio output. And so that way I will actually be able to hear what you guys hear. So the level that you guys hear, I'll be able to hear. All right, learning something new every single day. And then this is the actual plugin here, just a little tiny plugin, send audio. All we need to actually do is change it to local broadcast, and we'll play it, and we should actually be able to start receiving sound into our DAW, which is OBS. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and play this track right now so you guys can check this out.
What is your profession? What is your profession?
All right, awesome. So made that guy a video for when I was making that, will come out pretty soon. I like the production of it because I just had some fun, man. I actually was using my Arturia keyboard, and I got to play on the drum pads and, you know, just really enjoy. And the interesting about it is when I'm using my laptop, to make beats, it's very limited because I don't have as many VSTs, I don't have as many drum files, I don't have as many drum samples or anything. I'm pretty much just using like Reason stock in this track. It's not much of anything else. If I'm looking at it, I don't see very much of anything else. actually like getting into Kong. Like that's another like thing. Whenever I'm making beats on my laptop, I'm like really reverting to, okay, what only can I get from Reason 12, like if I just installed it. So that's pretty much what you guys are hearing. If I take a look at the actual track, I don't actually see any like other VSTs. Like these are all Reason sounds. Yeah, these are all, you know, Reason stock sounds. So I don't know, you know, if that sounds good, great, or, you know, what have you. But yeah, I mean, you know, that's the fun part about it. You know what I'm saying? So let me actually pull up my chat. I didn't have my chat open at first, so I can actually see, you know what I'm saying, what you guys is saying up in here in this thing. So we got Sasha in the building, King Willie, Face the Music, Bino Beats, and Mo Grizzly. Appreciate you guys for coming through to the stream. Says everyone here uses Reason. You know what I'm saying? Reason gang. I think so. I pretty much talked to everybody up in here. Bino Beats is up in here. And yeah, for the most part, you know what I'm saying, coming through to the stream, you know what I'm saying, we trying to learn some things about Reason, trying to cook up some beats, get some inspiration, you know what I'm saying. Bino B says, since Reason 3, nope, I'm not using the sound packs. I'm not sure if that question was to me or not, but no, I'm not using the sound packs. I don't actually get into it a lot, and then that's one of the things. Like maybe I'll like do a video on like Reason Plus, because I just don't end up getting into the sound packs or anything. It's I don't know. I just never really get into it. You know what I'm saying? Says, started on the crack version of 5 back in 09, bought the full since 8 and on. And we'll just go ahead and just leave that right there for you guys. I mean, it's interesting, you know what I'm saying? Actually, I don't know, you know what I'm saying, I should say that, but, you know, having conversations with those who are, you know, in the community, that's something that often comes up. And of course, there was around a certain version where they got more in depth in terms of their like the authorization and everything, so it became harder, you know, to crack and stuff like that. But I'll just say this really quickly in terms of that conversation. This is what I'll say. In terms of that conversation, when I bought Reason, that is when everything in terms of my music production changed. When I bought the program, that was when it was like, all right, this is an investment. This is exactly what happened. I was making beats for this artist. The artist was like, yo, you know what I'm saying? We've just basically just been working on music. You know, we ain't been paying you and everything like that, but we want to make sure we do right. So we're going to, boom, slide you this. And this is, you know, some payment, you know, because we're all trying to make music together. I'm making the beats. They're writing the lyrics. They're making us recording the songs. Money is being invested, but it's kind of like one of those things. It's an investment. It's like, okay, you know, we're going to work, you know what I'm saying? These are my younger days. We're going to work together and we'll worry about the back end on the back end. But they happen to, I guess, you know, they came into some extra money, or maybe somebody gave them, I don't know what happened, but they came into some money. So they said, Chris, we want to, you know what I'm saying, do right by you. So when they did right by me, the first thing I did was I took that money and I bought a version of Reason. So all of the implications in terms of the goods, the bads, the in-betweens, they're all there. And I understand them. And you know what I'm saying? I don't encourage it. I don't encourage it, especially right now when it's basically like, I mean, if you got to grind, then grind. Before I was doing that, I would just use the demo version. I would use the demo version. I would make a track. And once the track was done and it was mixed how it was mixed and it was done, that was it. I was done. I wasn't going back There was no reopening the file because it's a demo version. But I would make those beats. I would make 20 beats, put them on a CD, sell the CD. I was getting sales. I was connecting with artists, and they would then come back to me and say, well, can we, mix it? Can we do this? And I would say, well, listen, for the price that you paid me, no, you can't actually have access to the stems. Little did they know, they didn't have access to the stems because I didn't have access to the stems. I couldn't open the file anymore. But that was literally what I did for a long time before I did other things. But with that being said, once I could actually purchase my own, which is what I encourage, then it changed, because now it's like, okay, boom, I done invested in this. This is something that we're going to push forward with. That makes a difference. So that's when everything changed. That's when the YouTube channel started to really grow. That's when I got more serious about music production in general and everything like that. So I just encourage it. Of course, one day we'll have that conversation about Reason Plus. That's how this came up. I was trying to remember, how do we get here? We'll have a conversation about Reason Plus, because Reason Plus is a good option for somebody. For somebody, it's a good option. For some people, it's a great option. And then for others, it's like, if this is what you really need, then you might want to just go ahead and just, do the full thing. Let me see something real quick. Oh yeah, jumping up in the chair, but it's not getting no higher. All right, it did get higher. Okay, we good. Peace to the fam. I've been making trash music since version 2 and still love it, bro. Hey, what's wrong with you, man? Hey, what's wrong with you, man? Why would you say that, man? Why would you say that? No, man, the music is not trash, bro. The music is not trash. You got this, man. You got this. That's one of them things, isn't it? Is the music where it needs to be? Chris, this might be too early to talk about Reason new version update, but what would you expect to see in Reason's new update? Man, in Reason's new update, I'm trying to have VR Reason, okay? I'm trying to have Reason VR. I'm trying to have it where it's like, boom, I put on my VR headset and I just turn. You're lucky you didn't hear anything I made in the early 2000s. I just put on the VR and boom, I'm in Reason. I'm turning knobs. I'm pulling cables out. I'm putting That's what I'm trying to see in the next version of Reason. If they not doing that in the next version of Reason, then I'm cool. I'm sticking with 12 or even in the update. That's all I'm trying to see. That's all I'm trying to see. I think that we might get something that we've been waiting for. I have no real intel. I have no real, I have no real intel. I have no real, information. Damn, the way I sound right now, though, it sound like I do, but I promise I don't. So I don't have no intel to say, what is going to be coming, but I think it's going to be something that we've been wanting and wishing and asking for. I think that that's coming up. And I think that would be the time that they would do it. So look out for that. Let me see this guy real quick. I'm trying to pull up some of these chats. Salute Chris Reed and everyone in the chat. Appreciate you, DJW, man. What was your first version? I think he's asking me, or maybe somebody else, but I'll answer as if it was for me. So my first version of Reason was Reason 3. Reason 3.0. Now, it wasn't a cracked version. What it was I think it was an education version, or I don't know, actually. I don't know exactly what version it was. But it wasn't cracked. It was on a CD and it came from somebody. And it wasn't it wasn't like a virus. It didn't have a key generator. It wasn't any of those things. It just wasn't something that I purchased. And I don't know how the person had access to it. It was just my buddy. One day I was talking to this, I was making music with an artist. His name is Brian James. We was talking, and you know, I was like, man, really, like, I like rapping, but I really want to get into like making the beats. You know, I really want to make beats. And he was just like, all right, say no more. And the next time I saw him, he had a copy of Reason on a CD. And he said, yeah, I got a buddy that works for a song. I don't know. I don't know. I was just like, cool. I was like a little 13, 14-year-old, something like that. Cool. I'll take it. All right, cool. Went home, loaded it up in the computer. Everything was good. Like I said, well, hey, it's like a actual copy. I guess the test would be if I could take that copy and then upgrade it, and I wasn't able to. So I'll let you take that what that was. But in Reason 3, same thing. Same thing in terms of like limitations. Same thing in terms of like not being able to do like everything you might want to do or have every sound that you want to have. But because you have the software, you can get some stuff done, right? And so then you have to be more creative. You have to think about what you're actually trying to do. And you have to, like, you know, actually put forth effort into your music production. You know what I'm saying? And really tinker, you know what I'm saying? Mr. Frosty Beats is in the building. Blessings to you, my brother. I'm looking to buy an 88 key MIDI keyboard in the near future. I was looking at the Arturia Keylab 88 key MIDI keyboard. Let's take a look at that actually. So I can tell you that I am using the M-Audio Keystation 88, and I'll show you what that looks like as well. First, let me pull this guy up so we can look at this guy. And you tell me, you let me know if this is the right one we looking at. You tell me if this is the right one we looking at, Ivan. I was using Propeller Head P Stuff in 2000. My first version was Reason Rebirth. That was literally the first version. That's something. That's dope, bro. Remember, it started off just an instrument. Exactly. That's crazy right there. I was up last night just doing some research and stuff. I've been reading more, so I was reading on Reason and trying to learn some stuff. And yeah, that was one of the things that it brought up. Rebirth. That was the first one. I never got a chance to use Rebirth. I actually used Rebirth when they redid Rebirth and they put it on iPhone. So I actually used that program. So it has like an iPhone, iPad version, and you could like make beats and stuff, put little like ideas together. You could put that stuff together, and then when you put that stuff together, you could share it. You could share it with other people. So I thought that was really cool. The one I was looking at has the drum pads on the left side. Okay, it might be a different one, but let's see, controllers. So this is the Keylab 88. This is the Mark II. Might be this one. This is an 88. Hey Ivan, why do you want an 88? I thought that was interesting that you want an 88. Face the Music says he has the Nectar 61 and Control 61. Easier to navigate with, just mapped right. Does it work really good in Reason? Like, do all the buttons, knobs, and switches work well in Reason? This Keystation 88, for example, it doesn't work. I'm only here for about 30 minutes. Got a short lunch today, man. Mr. Frosty Beauty, it's good to see you in here, man. I appreciate you coming to check some stuff out. I'd go with Nectar stuff. They go together with Reason like PB&J. Okay, see, a comment like that. A comment like that makes me want to really check that out. You know what I'm saying? That really makes me want to check that out. Because like I said, I'm using the I think this is the one he was referring to. It has the drum pads on the left. I mean, maybe it's that one. It's 1150. Look at it though. Can I just put this full screen real quick? This is beautiful. Look at this thing. This is not an ad, but real key, it's an ad. He said, why I want the 88 key? Because I'd like to have. Okay, cool. The reason why I asked about the 88 keys is because the keyboard that I have is 88 keys, right? And it's super cool. But like, if I could get a keyboard, I'm more concerned with the feel of the keyboard today than the amount of keys. But it's super cool, you know what I'm saying, either way. So for me, I'm more like, I want to know how this thing feels when I touch it. As I've moved from like MIDI keyboard to MIDI keyboard, as I move from MIDI keyboard to MIDI keyboard, what I notice is like the keys keep getting better, but they never quite touch the real thing. You know what I'm saying? They keep getting better, but they never quite touch the real thing. And there was one keyboard, like, like motifs, those are pretty good. Like, if you're going to spend thousands, usually the keys are pretty good. But they're like that's not a MIDI controller. Those are like actual keyboards, right? So I'm more concerned with the girl. So I would take like the Nectar 61 if it has really nice keys and they're weighted, not semi-weighted, but weighted. If it's weighted like these, the key station is semi-weighted, so it's okay. I don't want the weighted. I just pressed the keyboard and spooked myself. I'm really more interested in like the feel, especially if you're gonna have 88 keys, right? If you're gonna have 88 keys, then that means you're getting into piano playing territory. You're getting into piano playing territory. This isn't just like, I'm pretty much just gonna use like the first 10 keys and I'm gonna play drums on them. Like if we're gonna really have the range to go from here to here, then there's probably a reason for it, right? Probably there's a reason for getting that range of keys. Like you're wanting to do something. Come here, sustain pedal. Come here, my sustain pedal. Always running away. It's always all the way across the room. Come here. Come here, sustain pedal. Back to Ivan's question. I think that keyboard looks dope. And if you want it just to have the amount of keys, I say go for it. You know what I mean? Like you really are like, you're really like trying to stretch. Before I had this many keys, I would just use the octave button. So I would do something like this. I would be like, and I would just press the octave key. I would just press the octave key until I got like, to move up and down. But it's like, all right, I got the keys now. So, let's really actually, do that thing. You know what I'm saying? So let's look at what they're saying. I currently use the Nectar Panorama P4. Let's check that out. I think this thing looks good though. Look at that. It's a lot of stuff, and then so I had an M Audio. I had another M Audio keyboard. I think it was the Oxygen. That is what it's called. It's called the Oxygen. So the Oxygens were dope. They work with Reason. Everything, the transport, the knobs, everything out the box, good to go. So I really enjoyed using those Oxygen keyboards. And since I've had this 88, I can tell the difference between the productivity and the workflow of making beats and doing all of that. And so it's a difference because look at this transport. You have the transport there. Boom, you could just easily just press that button and get it done. The automation that you could do, the feel. So I want to get back into it, man. I want to get back into it. We'll see if we can grab another keyboard. And then maybe I can put the 88 to the side, and I could just like go to that if I want to play something else. I could just use more like the 61 or something. So for me, at this price, I probably would look into a synthesizer or something. For me, just for me. But it looks like it has some other stuff too. Like they have some different ways that you can play the MIDI notes. So that's always good. Like if it has note repeat, like when you want to do them hi-hats, or if it has like a built-in arpeggio for your MIDI, like all of that stuff is good. That's what you're paying for. You're paying for that, and hopefully you're paying for the quality of like those drum pads and the actual keys and everything like that. But I have no complaints about Arturia in terms of their stuff, because just this little 25 key keyboard that I got has just been, the Mini Lab has just been awesome. You know what I'm saying? It's awesome. So I want to look at this Nectar Keyboard. Let's put that. So it said, let me see. Now I'm experiencing some note message coming through my Reason sequencer highlighted track. Does anyone know what that could be? Yeah, I'll have to see it. I have an Oxygen. It's a lovely device. I wish Nectar would have an 88 key in the P series. I'm learning piano at home. When I get the chance just to touch a piano or weighted keyboard, I notice it even as a novice. That is exactly what I am referring to, Chuck. You know, I talked about it in my last stream. I ain't gonna go too far in depth with it this time, but I talked about it on my last stream where I was talking about playing piano at Disneyland. Not supposed to be playing at Disneyland, but they had the real things, grand pianos. They also had this really cool piano that I guess apparently can link. It's only I think it's 3 or 4 of these pianos in the world. Let me say that again for those that wasn't listening. There are only 3 or 4 of this one specific piano in the world. And what they do is they can synchronize and play with each other. So you can be playing in, I think one is in France. You could play in France and the notes would be played in Anaheim. The notes would play in Anaheim when nobody's sitting at the piano playing it. And I just thought that was really cool. So one night I said, I'm going to play this piano. Even though it's in a heavily guarded place and I'm not supposed to be there, and I'm supposed to be here to dust off, you know, say chairs and tables or whatever. I'm cleaning. I'm janitor. I'm gonna play this piano. And I played that piano. I said, man, somebody in France probably is listening to this right now. Like, who is playing this piano at 3 a.m. in the morning when the park is closed? All right, that's the last story I'm gonna tell, because I don't want them coming after me. Mickey, don't come after me, okay? I don't work there no more. All right, so P series. I'm gonna tell you straight up, when I'm just looking at it, I don't get the same like feeling of, ooh, that's nice, that I got from the other keyboard, from the Arturia. I don't like the black. I don't like the look. Now, again, for me, it's the feeling is gonna be the difference. I personally I don't like the black and the red, and I don't know that. I don't think that'll work for me. But this one seems to be okay. Like the white on black, I don't like. I don't really like the way this one looks either. But this one seems to be okay. But of course, you know, that's me again looking at, you know, all the things that really don't matter in terms of it. It's not about how it looks, but I don't know. I guess technically, I think that could be something that could, you know, distract me. We need a tutorial on producer tags, man. I need to watch the tutorial first. That's the problem. I don't even have a producer tag. I don't have a producer tag. At one point I had a producer tag. It was Chris Reed Got the Bangers. I don't even have that no more. I have no idea where that could be. Let's look in my folder and see if I can find it real quick. Hold on, let me see. Let's see if we can find it. I'll save this real quick. Oh, yeah, we still got to get into meters and stuff, but we just hanging out, having fun. I appreciate y'all for coming through to the stream, man. You know what I'm saying? Lots of conversation today. And you know what I'm saying? That means a lot to me. So, you know, I appreciate y'all. I don't have one. Okay, cool. So let me see. Let's pull up another beat in the meantime, in between time. Producer tags. Yeah. One day I'll learn, and then we can do that. I need to adjust some heights on some stuff. I'm still looking for my OG producer tag. I think I have some beats with it, but I'm still looking for it. Hold on.
Chris on the track. Chris Reed on the track. Chris Reed on the track. Chris Reed on the track.
So this is not the one I was looking for. It's probably in my Airbit or something. I used to have Airbit. So this is one. This is not the one I used to use. This is one I was like working on one day. Like I was like, oh, maybe that. I don't know. Maybe that'll work. And then I also had one I was thinking about like rebranding or like branding myself a different way, but like still using Reed, but like instead like Mr. Reed. I'll let you guys hear that one too. Okay, I do have that one. How come I can't find the other one then? What's up? How come I can't find the other one? I can find this one and this one, but I can't find the other one. So this is actually from a movie. This is from Liar Liar. Where are we at? This is from Liar Liar. This little thing right here.
Mr. Reed.
That's from Liar Liar. I do have a few beats that I use that in. it's like Mr. Reed, and then it just like, you know, the beat come in or whatever. But then I was like, I don't know. Y'all tell me, what do y'all think about them two as tags, man? Do I use any native instruments? Not currently, because I'm poor. But yeah, that's that, right? So no, not currently, but I do have I have like their little light version or something like that. I recently just got it. This little, it's like their light series or whatever. The free, whatever you get for free, I just got that. So I do have that. That's all I can say I have, though. That's all I can say I have. And if I'm being 100% honest, I don't like this contact player. I don't like this contact player because I don't like the way that you load instruments in. Because I don't like that. Like, see how I just loaded this in? Now, if I go to here and I want to change this to this, I can't change it. Like, it just never, it makes it into like this like layered thing, like combinator thing. I don't know. Maybe I just need to use it more. I like that. Open complete control. That's why. I don't think I have it. What's complete control? How do you do that? What does that mean? I don't have that. Is that an instrument? I don't have that. So the can't load it. It won't recognize it. Another issue to fix.
Mr. Reed.
He says transpose it. Let's see. Let's transpose it down some.
Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed.
Oh, that could work. Ooh.
Mr. Reed. Reed. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed. Reed.
I think at one time I was like, it kind of sounds like it's saying mystery.
Mr. Reed.
Yeah, like it's one of them things, like if you say the word, if you're looking at the two words on the screen and you're looking at Mr. Reed, it'll sound like Mr. Reed. But if you're looking at mystery, it'll sound like mystery. So I was like, I don't know.
Mr. Reed.
Plus it's like so intense that like I couldn't even put that on like most of my tracks. It's just like so aggressive. So why is it so aggressive?
Mr. Reed.
But I like it when it's Mr. Reed and it's like pan dun 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 pan dun 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 dun. So like when it was something like that and it was just like, you know what I'm saying, just super in your face, then it's like, oh, okay, yeah, that's cool. We could do something like that. But let me see. I want to see if I can find that What would it be? What would it be called? It was called not Beats and Bands. I don't know. I'm over here in my file folder. So, I mean, you know, what do you do? What do you do with something like this? You know, you definitely want some compression on it of some sort. You know, maybe something that's a little dramatic, maybe something to kind of even this guy out, you know.
Mr. Reed.
So it's coming through the whole way.
Mr. Reed.
And then, you know, in terms of like EQ, you know, you might make it you might take out some of these values, you know.
Mr. Reed.
You might like boost. You might like boost this. Trying to make it like a telephone. Yeah, not that. That's too low. So we actually need to pull this guy down. I should have used a different EQ is what I should have did. Get out of here. Move. 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 M-class equalizer. Okay, cool. And then let's turn this down. And then let's turn this down. And then let's boost this. Why isn't it just...
Mr.
Yeah, you can maybe do something like that. You know, you can kind of give it the telephone.
Mr.
You kind of give it the like telephone feel. Of course, you can also like, you know, add in some reverb, make it, you know, make it kind of cool.
Mystery.
And now you got that like vibe. Echo was another thing that I hear sometimes. But the thing about producer tags, like even with that, right? Like I had one where I'm saying something.
Chris Reed on the track.
I'm saying that, and it's just like, I don't like that. But this one,
Mystery.
let me turn down that dry wet.
Mystery.
Way too much.
Mystery.
Because it's somebody else saying it. Because it's somebody else saying it, it has something to do with me. That's what makes it cool, in my opinion, I guess, is what I'm saying. That's what makes it cool, in my opinion. The fact that it's somebody else saying it. So it's like, what you want to say is, you want to get somebody, you know, like sometimes people like use like their girlfriends, or they find like a girl that's like, you know, got a nice voice, and they get them to do it right. You know what I'm saying? It's, you know, they say what they say, and, you know, whatever, pull you into the beat. Or, you know, you get your homie that's like actually in the moment they say something, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, oh yeah, that's really cool. So like that's another way that you can. So it's like the producer tags, like, so for example, I think oh man, Young Thug said something in a song and the producer used that. We got London on the track. That's not London on the track saying, hey, say we got London on the track. Like that's something that came organically, right? That came from them working together, being in the studio, and, you know, that's something that came out, and that was something that they put in a song, right? So it's like, you know, we got London on the track, and, you know, and that's very recognizable now. It's a brand. So voice tags are important, you know, producer tags are important. It's a brand. It brands your music. So, but finding the right one in the right feel and right style, especially for like your kind of music, because as your music changes, and you want to be able to, you know, put that tag pretty much anywhere. So like one producer that I completely like, I think is the best thing ever. I think is the best tag ever. I'm just gonna play a piece. I'm just gonna play a piece of their music. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna see if you guys can hear it too. Let me see. That's it. I hope y'all could hear that. I don't know if y'all could or couldn't. Let me see. I'll play it again. Let me see. I don't think you can if I do that. Oh yeah, you can hear that. Tone Jones. Stop. Move. I don't want no demonetization. Move. Get out of here. But I like Tone Jones. First of all, I mean, the beats is super sick in general, right? Beats is on point. But I like specifically, I like his tag because it fits whatever he's trying to do. Whatever he's making, it fits. So if you play something super like hard, you know what I'm saying, super freestyle like, it fits. If you playing something mellow and chill, relax, it fits. It just all just fits. So and it's just his name. It's him saying his name, Jones, with a little delay, and it just works. And then the placement of the tag, usually he places it at the beginning of the track, you know, right before the beat comes in, or like this last one, if he has like a build in, kind of puts it in around the first 4 bars. But Jones, that's it. That's like all you needed. That's it. And it's good to go. Okay, I'm on my air bit. I'm gonna see if I can find my original tag. They trying to get me to do my dang subscription plan to get my own tag back. They want me to go to the subscription plan to get the tag. What is y'all doing? gonna play this.
Chris Reed got the bangers.
All right. I like that. I'm listening to that little loop or whatever, the little intro part of that beat. Like, oh man, that could probably, someone else could probably make a really good beat off of that. I'm just saying, I'm trying to think, did I get any sales from that beat? I think so. Tagged MP3. Let me see. Maybe somewhere in the beat. Let's go back to Reason. Maybe somewhere in the beat, I left like some data and it's like at the end of the beat. That happens sometimes. Oh, look at that. It's right there. It just cut off. Oh, wow. It was right there.
Chris.
It was right there. I could have caught it. It was right there at the end of the track. Too bad. Anyway, Curtis King. Was it Curtis King? Curtis King has this like folder of like producer tags. It's his producer tags, and he has one. I'm bringing this up because in the chat, I've heard of some artists asking the tag to be removed. Face the Music said that. And of course, yeah, that's a thing, right? That's absolutely a thing that occurs, that happens. And that's kind of the idea behind, is the beat exclusive? What are the rights to the beat? How did you sell the beat? How did the music, like, how did we make this music together? You know, is it something that you want to be represented? Ace Hood, when Ace Hood dropped one of his albums, since like when he left DJ Khaled, he dropped an album. It was like his first album back. All of the beats were made by the same company person, and they tag was in every single beat. Every single song the tag came in. I was just like, okay, cool. So now if I listen to it later, then I'm like, oh, okay, you know, I'm waiting for the tag. It's like, oh, it's part of this. It's part of the song. It's part of the experience. So with that, I wanted to tell this story. I wish I had fixed my camera, but I think Curtis King talked about this on his channel as well. A certain artist in the industry used one of his beats, but it still had the tag in it. And the tag was, why didn't you buy this beat though? So it basically like kind of put you on blast. Like it wasn't just like Curtis King, you know, whatever. It was like, why you didn't buy this beat though? And then the artist in the song, they hear the tag, right? Like, so the tag goes, why you didn't buy this beat though? And then the artist is like, cause I didn't want to buy this beat. I just thought that was the funniest story ever, man. Like, I was like, yo, like the song doesn't come out. It's not like a placement, you know what I'm saying? But you know, you free download the beat, you rap over the beat, you make a song to the beat, and then you have no regards for the tag in the beat. As a matter of fact, you make mention of it and you say, cause I didn't want to buy this beat. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, I don't know if that's a nod, a badge of honor, or just total disrespect. But, you know, I just thought that was an interesting little story, man. Oh, man. Funny times. Funny times. So that's that. Producer tags, you know, go with it, run with it. You know, you could do a lot. I like Mr. Reed. Like I said, it came from Liar Liar. The attorney, Jim Carrey's character, his name is Reed. His name is I don't remember his first name, but his name is Reed. His last name is Reed. Let me see this. His last name is Reed. What is his name? Fletcher. His name is Fletcher Reed. Fletcher Reed. So anyway, so of course, like he's talking or whatever in the courtroom, and he says something outrageous, or he's at this part of the movie where he's like just going off, and the judge is trying to get his attention, and he's like, "Mr. Reed, sit down." And the actor that's playing the judge, like his voice is just perfect, so it's just like, oh man, that's dope. Like, I thought that was cool. I think that could work for like certain kinds of beats, you know what I'm saying? But that's that. So yeah, let's save this so I know that that's in there. So we were supposed to be talking about something specific. We kind of just been talking and hanging out. So I'm also doing my studio desk. Oh man, right now I'm using a plastic like outdoor table for like lunches or something. Like, I had a nice little computer desk. It was glass, but the keyboard tray broke. So now I can't put my keyboard tray there. So I have to ask myself, do I want the keyboard, my MIDI keyboard on the table, or do I want my keyboard that I need to type and do stuff with? I'm not sure what that means. So that's that. All right. So I'm gonna I'll pull up a track right now so we can talk about the original idea of this stream, what we can get into. I used to have a third monitor. I think I need to get that third monitor back. Let's pull this track up real quick. Is this one I want to hear? I made this on the last stream, so maybe something new that no one has heard. Maybe something brand new. No. My first beat. Do. Don't give up on me. That sounds like something I probably made on the stream too. The name just kind of seems like something I ought to put on the stream. Okay, I gotta make sure I close this other file. We don't need this guy. We can close this guy out. Well, let's put you here. Let's put you here. I'm just moving my stuff around, man. Let's put you there. There we go. Awesome. So I don't know if I use this on the stream or not. Probably not, because I don't even have the Restream device set up. So probably not. So let's go ahead and set that guy up. And then I'll play this for you guys to hear. Let's make a little intro. This doesn't even have a little intro. Let's make a little intro. Make a little intro. Go back. Boom. All right, here we go. What's up with this thing? Send local broadcast. Yes, there you go. No, this is not my first beat. The reason why I laughed is because the beat that says my first beat is not my first beat. I didn't get no email about that. Uh-oh. Let me see. Oh. 2 p.m. Eastern. Hey, appreciate you. Thanks, Sasha. We're not supposed to be just listening to it. You're actually supposed to be doing something else. Just give me a second. I'm supposed to be doing somebody who can tell me what is 2 p.m. Eastern time. What is that? Because I'm on Pacific time. Oh. That's not good. Well, anyway, Thursdays aren't good for me anyway. All right, moving on. All right, cool. Don't get distracted. Okay, so meters. That's the first thing we're supposed to be talking about today inside of Reasons. We're gonna start over here on this big meter. Okay, where's this guy at? Right here on this big meter. So one of the things that always like confused me about this is this thing VU offset. I never understood what this was and why this was here. And I was like, why does this matter? Is this important? And the first thing is because you got to understand what these different modes mean. So peak is really only going to do that. It's really capturing the peak of your audio. And it's not something that you want to use to determine the loudness of your audio. It's really to determine exactly that. What is the peak? Where is the top of your waveform going to be sitting? So when I look here, if I zoom in here into this waveform, for example, and let's actually like put this on another track so we don't mess up this track. But if I put this here and let's like normalize it, and then let's zoom in super. Let's zoom in as much as we can possibly zoom in. These transients and waveforms, these wave files, this is the peaks. The very top parts that you see in the sound will be considered the peak. And so when we normalize, what we do is we're taking whatever the highest peak is in the sound, and we are pushing that to 0 dB. So essentially this would be our 0 dB mark, because in this waveform, that's our tallest peak. And it does raise the rest of the audio. It raises the rest of the audio, let me see real quick. If I cut this, to where that peak is now gone, and we hit normalize, now we have an even larger size file or wave signal or display of sound. So normalization, you know, it won't just slam everything to 0 dB, right? It's what it's going to do is it's going to take the tallest peak and it's going to push it to 0 dB. So that is important for us to understand, because when we're looking at meters and when we're looking at our meter inside of Reason, the peak is just that. It's showing you the peak. So what if we, you know, if we played that, it's giving us a -8 reading for the peak. It's just a peak. Okay. But if I put it on VU, VU is not concerned with peak. Because VU is what it's doing is it's taking the mean, like an average, and it's giving you the actual, you know, what is the overall sound in terms of how we interpret sound. Like, it's trying to give us the interpretation of how loud the sound is in terms of 0 dB. For humans in our hearing, what does it sound like? So like, we don't hear in terms of peaks. We can hear when the kick is louder than the rest of the stuff, but that's not how we interpret sound being made louder or softer. We don't do it by peaks. In music, it's cool for us to be able to use this meter because we can see, okay, what is that very top wave? What is this, you know, what is the very top wave? What's the peak going to be? These might not hit that peak. This much of the sound might not hit it, but this sound will hit it. That's the peak, right? These are the peaks of the music. But the VU is more about the overall sound. It's like, okay, what does this sound feel like? How do humans interpret the sound? So let me see this. So Reason's meters are important to use when you're making your music, of course, because you have to think about sound. Sound is not like the sound that you see being generated in the meters is not like it's not, we're not saying 0 dB unity gain, you know, sounds like that's what it sounds like in real life, because 0 dB in terms of Pascal pressure, in terms of pressure or pressure sound level, in terms of how our ears interpret it, 0 dB is the quietest sound. It's like the moment where you actually can interpret sound. So that's not the same as 0 dB in music, because 0 dB in music is set as unity gain. It's the number that we've given the digital realm in order to understand that is as loud as your music can go before you're hitting what is called the peak, before you are clipping. So like if we turn off this limiter here, and we play our music, we can see like pretty much right away we are hitting some peak. We're hitting some clip, I should say. But also understand and notice that the entire track is not clipping. The entire sound is not clipping. in this occasion, it's probably the drums that are clipping. It's probably this kick drum that's clipping, or, you know, maybe, I don't know, maybe the summation of the music is what's also clipping it. Maybe I did a pretty decent job in mixing. I really thought I was going to turn off that limiter and immediately have like a full red clip. So maybe I didn't do such a bad job. It looks like I did a pretty bad job, and some things are still set to 0 gain and things of that nature. So let's turn up some of this input gain on this kick. There we go. Now we're hitting that. Now we're hitting it. So now we're hitting that clip. Now we're hitting that clip, right? Where it's the kick drum and it's louder than the 0 dB. So in real world, that's going to be interpreted as noise and distortion. And one reason why is because what's going to happen is the waveform, like looking at this one, is not going to have these peaks and valleys. It's not going to have these rounded edges. It's not going to have this. It's going to have a very harsh line, like a square wave. It's going to clip and it's going to distort at the very top if it's too loud. So we need meters in order to tell where is our music at and if it's peaking or clipping. Okay, because of course, again, 0 dB in terms of what we are hearing and what the audio is pushing out from the software is not the same thing. Okay. We actually measure in terms of audio sound in a measurement called LUFS, LUFS. And different streaming services have different values for those. So now Reason doesn't have a LUF meter. So we would have to get some other kind of VST to actually use that. Okay. But it does have a VU meter. So how do we So the meter system is used in order for you to calibrate your, studio and your actual sound that you're generating. You want to have a VU meter. You want to have some kind of meter in your studio, in your setup, that can actually register, okay, what is the sound pressure being generated from this? And are we actually hitting to 0 dB? Are we going above it, right? And you would calibrate it in such a way as to so that you would get, Ulean loudness meter. I might go ahead and check that out, pull that in here. You want to calibrate your systems in your music studio. You want to calibrate it in such a way as so that what you're producing is 0 VU. So inside of Reason, kind of taking that same idea, peaks is not going to give us a true value, but the VU will. It will give us a more accurate representation of how loud the music sounds in our ears. I had an app that I wanted to download. Not wanted to download, I already downloaded it. And I'll show you guys. Let's restart this guy. Okay, so I'm gonna play the music. Excuse me. Let's switch over here to this thing. Let's see if you guys can see. You guys can see my little meter, but I guess I gotta keep it to my face. Move. Okay, so we're gonna play the music, and we're gonna start this meter. So this is This is a decibel meter. It's used to, you know, kind of like accurate. It's used to like measure the sound that's being generated. Decibels. Yes, Hollow Sounds. Thank you. So decibels. What is the actual understanding of decibels? Well, deci, or like decimal, DECI, means a tenth of. So a decibel is actually a tenth of a bell. And a bell is the measurement that has been created by Alexander Graham Bell, the inventor of the telephone. And that measurement of unit of sound has a value. We measure sound, especially in the digital space. We measure that sound in decibels, so a tenth of a bell. So that's what dB stands for. That's decibels, right? So if I'm playing this music, let's play this guy. So right now I'm actually playing the music, but I'm playing the music in Reason, right? And Reason is playing music and the meters are moving, but there's no sound. The only sound is sound from my voice. And that's part of kind of like what I was like talking about today is the computer's generating sound, but my speakers aren't generating sound. My headphones aren't generating sound because I've turned them off. You guys can still hear sound because I'm pushing sound through. What am I saying about that? Why is that important? It's important because sound has been created in the software. It's coming out of the software and into another medium. And that medium has voltage. That medium can, you know, interpret sound. Your ears can interpret sound. So all of those things have to come in play when you're listening back to your music, right? Especially like having headphones, the difference between headphones and studio monitors, for example. So it's important that you actually have a way to measure what is the actual sound coming out of the software and not just, oh yes, the software. So that's why meters are important, like from what you hear and what you see. I always say, like when I'm making music, I want to actually Hollow Sounds, we'll get to that. And we'll get to that. We'll get to, you know, he says Reason from inside the DAW cannot clip, apparently, says Matthias. We'll get to that. We'll get to what that means. But then I'm going to actually play the music and use the meter. And so you guys can see what I'm saying. You want to use your senses. You want to use your common sense. You want to use your hearing. You want to use your sight. You want to use your feelings, right? You want to use your senses when you're mixing and when you're talking about music and when you're listening to music. You really want to use those senses and see if things actually make sense. The meters say I'm hitting 0 dB, but it doesn't sound like 0 dB. So there's something that is peaking at 0 dB, but maybe it's not giving me the feel that my music across the spectrum of time, the RMS, right? The mean, the average of sound is not being heard as 0 dB. And this is why sometimes if you're making music and you're listening side by side to like another person's music or like another person's beat, and it's saying, well, if I pull them both into the same software, I can see they're both hitting 0 dB. They're both at 0 dB, unity gain. The wave files look the same, but theirs sounds louder than mine, right? And so it's because, you know, it's this process of correctly metering and actually getting the feel and sound of your music. The difference between hard clipping and soft clipping. Like being able to just barely push your music to the zero, and not soft clipping it, because soft clipping it is going to change those peak transients. It's going to roll off the peak transients. So something that was coming through like a something that was coming through like that is going to sound more muffled, right? So we're gonna get into that. I have to keep him. Reason can't digitally clip internally doesn't mean you want to export that and play it outside of Reason. Exactly. We gotta understand what this means. I saw a really cool video that explained it, and when they explained it, I was like, that makes sense. I understand. I get it now. So I'm gonna play this music one more time, and this time I'm gonna actually show my little meter here. I'm gonna show my little meter here. And so you see, like, I'm talking, it's using the mic recorder, and I actually was like testing this against like a real, like one of these meters, this dB meter, and I watched a YouTube video on it too, and their findings was like, this is just as good. Okay, so it's saying that I'm speaking at about, so now that quiet, so there's some noise in my room, so I'm speaking at about 82. I'm at like 82 right now. My max peak was 90 decibels and my average is 76. I thought I was muted the whole time, but it hit the goodbye phone. Yeah, that thing was gone. It hit the thing when I dropped it. All right, cool. So now let's play this music and let's see what the phone is saying. I'm getting a phone call. Johnny, what's up, man? I'm good, man. I'm live streaming right now. Say that again.
What's going on, man? You want me to call you later?
Yeah, call me back. I'll hit you back. All right, later. It's Johnny, my good friends, my best man at my wedding. All right. So back to what we was just doing here. All right, let's do this. Let's do this one more time. Here we go. I think you guys can see that. Okay, let me see. Let me pull this guy in. Let me see. We'll pull this guy in. I think you guys can see that. Let's go really loud. All right. So for reference, I would never play the music that loud. But I thought that would be interesting. All right, so looking back at the, what we're getting from it, I'm speaking at about, an average of like 70 dBs. When the music starts playing, the max of the music was about 101.4 at its loudest. So with my speakers in here, playing that music, and the average of what was being heard was about 85. It was about 85 dB. So I think I had in here some comparisons of sounds, but I don't think I I don't think I saved it. I don't think I saved it. No, that's a slice of cake. It's a slice of cake. All right, let's go back to Reason real quick. So, and also was playing the music like through my microphone so you guys can hear how it's getting louder. Hopefully it wasn't too loud for anybody. So we're playing the music, right? It's getting louder. The decibels hit about 100. So that's telling us our music. This is the point I was trying to make about it. Reason never got any louder, right? What it was producing didn't get louder, but what we were producing in the studio could get louder. At certain points of me playing the music, what am I doing with my headphones? At certain points of me playing the music was actually quieter than the level of my voice. So certain parts of it, it was louder than my voice. I mean, it was softer, I was trying to say. It was softer than my voice. So in other words, it was playing where it was playing. The music is playing through the speakers, and it's quieter than my normal speaking voice. Okay, that makes sense. Then at a certain point, it gets much louder. So my normal speaking voice was at around 70 decibels, and the loudest we got our music to was 100 decibels. And you would think it would be like a much louder volume, right? But you can scream pretty loud, like your voice can scream pretty loud. And how we interpret the sound is also important. So all of those things are important when it comes to our meters. How we set the volume in our studio, how we set the volume of our headphones, how we set the volume of our monitors. All of those things have to be considered when we're also looking at the metering, because we want to get it to a certain point where we're actually hearing the music as it's being produced. Does that make sense? Like, so for example, at what point can you get your music to say, okay, this is 0 dB unity gain, and what I'm hearing is the correct interpretation of that? Is that full volume? There's a point on this Focusrite where as I'm raising the volume up, I'm actually getting into, this is going over like the normal sound level that would be produced, right? Because I'm amplifying the sound. Okay. So all of that is important when it comes to reading those meters and checking that stuff out. Overall, I think as a like blanket statement, you need to use a mix of these meters when you're actually checking your metering in your music, and you want to actually use different things to, monitor it and make sure that, you're getting the values and understandings that you want. So for example, if I'm looking at this Spectrum EQ, Spectrum EQ is telling me here's my 0 dB level. The Spectrum EQ is telling me that actually this bass is hitting much higher than the normal dB level. So now let's go back over here, and I don't have the sound of the beat on. I have that on like that for a reason. Or is it on? Oh, it is on. I thought I turned that off. What is the Spectrum EQ showing us then? If we're saying, okay, let's reset this guy. If we're saying I'm in peak mode, and peak mode is telling me I'm peaking, right? Oh, let's turn this limiter back on. Let's turn the soft loop on too. Okay, now let's cut this off. Okay, now let's cut this off. All right, now let's let's look at the spectrum EQ. So I know I'm not peaking. I know I'm not going over. I probably should be listening to this. Yeah, because we don't want this guy to play. But even with that, right, it's like, yeah, that's very loud, but not peaking. Okay, so the point I'm making. Spectrum EQ. This peak meter is showing I'm not even hitting 0, actually. I'm not even hitting like up to 0, like, right? Like 0.1. I'm not even like getting all the way up there. I'm actually like at like 1 dB, looks like, if I'm looking at it. But that's not what our spectrum EQ is showing. Our spectrum EQ is showing we got levels and volume that's well above 0 dB. Okay, which means we have to look at this. We have to interpret this differently, right? Because this is not where our sound is at. So what is the spectrum EQ actually showing? This is what the music feels like. This is what it feels like, right? This is not the actual what's happening. This is energy. This is energy. This is what it feels like, right? This is what it feels like. It's not what's being like produced. So it's VU more than it is a peak. This is not peak metering happening here with the spectrum EQ. So that's meters. That's all I want to really say about metering. That's all I really want to say about meters. You know, stop the music. Okay. So things should be balanced. Things should be in a good place, in a good position, in order for you to actually, you know, meter correctly. Like, what are we hearing in the studio? If we say, okay, we set our volume to a certain level, okay, keep it there. Now, once you raise the volume, right, you're not hearing the set of what you have created. You're hearing increases in dB level, right? In other words, you're not getting it's definitely more of a conceptual conversation than it is like a literal one. It's, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like as you're increasing your volume, you're changing, you know, the energy that you're pushing out. Put it like this. I saw a graph. It said, I was looking at a video and it said, AirPod headphones. It said headphones, like in your ears, are like pretty much like between 80 and, or it was like between 70 and 90 decibels, because it's going directly into your ear. And that's why now when you have like iPhones and you're listening to music on AirPods, like a stock feature of the phone is a ear damage warning, because the sound is going directly into your ear and it's loud, and it's louder than what you want it. You know, like you want to listen to it in the way you want to listen to it, but it's loud and it's not the energy that was created in the song. Otherwise, when we play a song and our volume is turned all the way down, it will still be very loud. And that's just not the case. So we're searching for, you know, a unity gain in the program, but we're also searching for a unity loudness in a way. We're searching for what is the peak of how things should sound. And I guess what we should do, or what we should want to do, is we should want to find the value that is most resembling real life situations. We want to show the volume. We want to produce a volume. We want to produce a volume. We want to have we want to have a volume that's closely related to real world instruments and real world sounds. That's how I would think of it, you know, conceptually. It's like, okay, a rock concert is going to be hitting like how I was playing it a second, about 100 dBs. And in terms of amps and wattage and how that works out, you know, in terms of like your watts, the more people there are to interpret the sound, the more wattage you need. So we're trying to get, I'm not going to do math. I'm not going to do that. But if there's 100 people here and we're trying to get all 100 people to hear 100 decibels, then what we're pushing out has to be louder than 100 decibels, right? That's the idea of like amplification, right? Like amplifying things and having more speakers so that the more people you have, the more speakers you need to hear it. That's why in a studio environment, you got 2 monitors. Maybe some people have a couple other monitors, depending on the environment that you're trying to create and hear your music in, right? But typically, if it's just you and you're here at your control center, you got your monitors. You might have a second pair for like a mono sound, or a second pair for your mids if you're mixing and mastering. But typically, you're listening to 2 at a time. You know, because it's just you. It's you with your 2 ears, right? So sound, unity sound, unity gain. I'm looking for this. So like, for example, a jackhammer outside is 80 decibels. A police siren comes in at 100 decibels. Hip hop rock concert, 120 decibels. Gunshot or jet engine, 140 decibels. And the difference in this zone from 80 to 140, this is hurting your ears. This is gonna cause some damage to your ear, right? At the very top, jet engine, gunshot, that's gonna damage. It's gonna go beyond damage. Like that's tinnitus. Like, you don't want a gunshot going off right by your ear, because that's gonna stick with you. That's staying with you. That's not a scar that's going to heal. That's staying with you. So, you know, these are, you know, decibel volume levels. So, you know, do we want to hear our music at jackhammer level when we're listening to our music, right? You know, but there was something else, because certain instruments, when played in real life, produce a certain amount of sound. That's a one way that we can look at it. So I'm gonna pull up my little decibel meter one more time. Pull up this decibel meter. I don't want to do that though. We're gonna reset it because it does an average. So it's reset now. It does an average situation. And I'm gonna get my guitar. Guitar, where are you? All right, so I got my guitar here. So we're gonna play this guitar. Oh, it's still there. Cool. All right, so the one chord that I know, I guess I can play that other chord. I know that chord too. It's probably out of tune, because because I don't really play this. Let's just play it open. We'll just play it open. We'll play it open. And I like Dale Brown Music giving us this this breakdown of how it increases, how it sounds to us. So like for example, like twice as loud. So we would say, okay, let's listen to something at 10 dB. Okay, now let's listen to something at 20 dB. That should be twice as loud, and it's not. It's not twice as loud. You don't, because it doesn't double that way, right? Or did I just say what I was trying to say opposite? All right, moving on. So here we go. I'm gonna turn on this. All right, so okay, so I was playing it. Gotta get a little closer. So when I was playing my guitar, my max was 85 dB, and 85 dB. I was playing pretty loud too, and it was like right directly like by the iPhone. So you know, in terms of that, you know, that sound level of what we're hearing, like to me, it doesn't sound too loud, right? But it does sound like it's definitely like in terms of listening, it definitely was on the, okay, I don't really want to hear it much louder than this. That's a good little sound. I don't really need to hear it louder than this. But with our audio interfaces and being plugged in and playing music, we already saw we could get that thing up to 100 decibels. We can get it louder, right? So we can get it louder than this 80 dB that this was producing. But this is a reason why I pull up this instrument is because this is an instrument. It makes the sound that it makes. It can't be made to play any louder than what it plays. What it plays is what it plays. And based on the metering that we just did with our meter here, let's go back to that same little chord. Based on the metering, the max I got it to was 85. Okay, now I'm trying to just whack this thing it's as loud as I can. Now we're up to 89. I apologize if it doesn't sound good to y'all. I don't know what it sounds like, if it's going to be too loud or not. So whacking it as loud as I possibly could, we're at 92. We're at 92 decibels, and the average is about 83. And that's more like in line with how we hear sound. We don't really hear sound at the peaks and valleys. We hear them in terms of an average. At least that's, you know, how our brain interprets it. You know, the entire sound. Like you think about like a drum, kick drum. Oh, we have drums here too. Oh, we can test the drums too. But you thinking in terms of like a kick drum, there's a very high peak and clip on parts of that kick drum. But then there's also transients after. And we know that like in compression, as you compress the kick drum or, you know, a snare drum, you can make those transients larger, right? So that we hear more of not just the impact or the beginning part of the transient, the attack, but, you know, we kind of pull it out so that it's, as we would say, fatten. We fatten it up. And in our brains, that's a lot like how the music works. You know, it's the overall and not just the peak snap that we're hearing. Context. Everything is in context. So earlier we were talking about Reason clipping and not clipping. You can push Reason as loud as you want to push it because the program is interpreting the music using 32-bit, a 32-bit float point. And I'm not going to get too deep into the science of it because there are others who can do it much better than I and who have done it much better than I. So Ryan's video where he explains it a lot better than I will. But when we're thinking about sample rates and bit depth, Reason can generate and produce the music that we need to get it to 0 dB so that it is as loud as it needs to be, so that when we're playing it in our amplified systems, it can be as loud as we can take it. You can clip your music if you push your volumes too hard, period, point blank. You can clip inside of Reason just by having the metronome on, playing your music as well. So it's not that what it's saying is, as you're creating your music, you can get it loud. You can go louder. You can go louder and it not clip because of the way that it generates and it processes the audio sound. But like someone said earlier, you wouldn't want to export that and then go play that somewhere else, because that's not, it's gonna sound damaged. It's not saying that it's a automatic, clip reducing, beast or something like that. Of course, if you have your limiters on, you have your soft clip on, you can keep it from doing that because it's taking the transient and it's rolling something off of the very edge of the transient. So the point at which the sample rate, the point at which the bit would actually be over 0 dB, at that point, it will just roll it off. So it just kind of nudges the very top of 0 dB and it doesn't distort or give you clipping in your music. That's what is important about the limiter and the soft clip. That's why we have that tool. And you can push your music to make it louder. You can push your music to make it louder and still, you can push your music to make it louder and still not go over 0 dB, which is a weird phenomenon. And so a lot of people, they want it to be as loud as it possibly can and just push it and push it and push it. And what we want to be looking for is balance, and we want to be looking for clarity. So you have balance and clarity, then the sound sounds good. And it's not about it being as loud or not loud. See, it really just comes down to the medium that you're listening to. So I was looking up some information, and I was looking up this information, and I'll be honest, it's not something that I honestly knew off top. I didn't know this, before I was looking at it. I didn't know this before I was looking it up. But certain platforms will allow certain volumes of sound and loudness, and others won't. And if it's not there, if it's not where it should be, then they will just reduce it. So for example, Spotify allows -14 LUFS. So if you can make your music, you could push it louder than that But as you push it louder than that, when they receive it, they're just gonna edge it off. They're gonna reduce it. So it's not, and so then it's like, well, I made my music as loud as I could, the master. I made it as loud as I could. It's banging. And then I uploaded it and it sounds quiet. Or it doesn't sound as loud as it sounded when we was in the studio. Or it doesn't sound as loud as it sounded here. Because as you upload it, they only gonna take what they need to take. Same thing with like video. Like you could record a 4K crispy, 30-bit, your everything in your video file is 1,000% crispy, and your coloring and everything. And as soon as you upload it to YouTube, they're compressing it. They're compressing the heck out of that joint. So you're not getting the visual experience that you would get from when you recorded it in your camera. It's going to change, right? So it's the same thing. YouTube allows -13 to 15 LUFS. So you're going louder than that, they're going to reduce it. They're going to reduce it to fit where they want it to be. Apple Music allows 16 LUFS. They're going to reduce it. If it's louder, they're going to reduce it. If it's lower, you're going to hear the difference. Like if you upload your stuff DistroKid and it's not set where it needs to be, and you play your song and then you play the next song, you're going to hear a difference. You will know whether or not you hit the mark. And not just with your peaks, like we were looking at, not just with your peak, like, oh yeah, I'm hitting 0 dB, I'm at the peak. Not just with your peak, but how does the music feel? How is it actually being interpreted? What is the loudness of it? So I'm going to grab this Ulean. I'm going to grab this Ulean right now. King Willie, tell me why. Why do you do that? What's your explanation? How did you find those numbers? How did you choose that? What does that do for you and your music? Why? I'm just curious. I'm nosy. I'm curious. I'm nosy. We're going to get this guy installed real quick. This thing is too loud. I'm hearing it in the stream. That's too loud. Turn that gain down. Turn the gain down there, and then go back in OBS and turn it up in there. All y'all didn't tell me that my stuff sound like, even my volume was sounding, ugh. Let's turn this guy up. Let's go 6. Check, 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 check. All right, cool. Did it start? Oh, go ahead and extract it then. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah. Give me all that. I ain't reading that. Yeah. Install it. Boom. All right. Okay, look, watch this. I'm in Reason. I just installed a VST. It's in my VST folder. I know that it is. It's there. Okay. I know that it's there. But it's not in here. Why is it in here? It's not in there because I need to not reinstall. I just need to reopen Reason. Okay, now let's see if it's in there. Effects. Oh, look at there. Ulean right there. It just came up. Popped right on up. All right, cool. Let's open up another Situation. Let me see this. I got my zoom like way up. It's like way up. Not yet. Never lacking. I'm loving these titles. Oh, let's use this one. Since I put the title in there that this was a master. Let's use this one. Let's look at these kicks real quick. Since I've been talking all that stuff I've been talking, all this stream. Let's actually look at my work. Oh man. Let's get real close on this. Get real close on this guy. Fatten that guy up. What do we have there? That look like a good kick to y'all? That don't look like a good kick to me. That look like I went too loud on the export. I want to hear it. Turn the volume up. I'm gonna do a video on this channel, and it's gonna be called My Wife Doesn't Like My Beats. And I'm not trying to say that I'm original, because I'm not original in most cases. And sometimes that's okay. Sometimes you can see what someone else is doing and feed off of them and get inspiration from them. But I'm gonna do a video called My Wife Doesn't Like My Beats. And in the video, what the video is going to be is going to be me. Exactly. It looks clipped. In the video, it's going to look like, in the video, it's going to be, my wife listening to beats and just letting her judge them. Like, oh, what do you think of this beat? So I do this a lot. I do that a lot, actually. So when I played her this beat, she was like, okay, I like some stuff. So I was like, okay, we're gonna do that video. But she's like, yeah, I like some. She's like, oh, it's just something wasn't grabbing her. Something wasn't pulling her, you know, something wasn't pulling her. Okay, cool. There we go. I think what I want to do is, I'm pushing this guy too. I'm pushing that guy. I want to add this at the top of the chain though. Well, maybe not. Let's leave it how it was. All right, so let's actually look at this loudness meter. Yo, that's pretty funny. not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. I mean, you know, just make sure you're making reference to somebody else and not my wife. Okay. I asked my wife because I know she has good taste in music. And even if I felt like she didn't have good taste in music, I asked her because I trust her. I have full confidence in her. I'm going to assume you were referring to someone else. And I agree with you. You should not ask somebody if they don't have good taste in music, or if they don't understand music, or if they don't know music, they don't listen to music. You should not ask someone. But when I ask my wife, I'm asking my wife. That's a person that's going to ride or die for me. And she's going to tell me the truth. She know when something slap. And she know when it doesn't. And she's going to keep it real with me. So that's why I ask her. He said, out, get out. So, let's keep on moving. All right, I feel you. All right, we there. All right, so I never used this program before. So King Willie, I hope you still in here, man. I hope you, I can't talk. Let me see what he's saying. On the maximizer, set the output to -1 and the adjust the input to UC to -14 in U-lean. Yeah, cause I never used this program before, so I don't know what to do with this at all. No clue. Oh, adjust the input. I got you. Adjust the input. All right, let's do that. Let's see that. Let's see what he's saying. So, he said, I can't get it to exactly. I can get it to -0.2. Should read -14 on U-lean. To about, I guess if I'm reading this correctly, I'm getting about -12, -12.3. If I go lower, hit the red X. Okay, now it's reset. Okay, now let's get to -14. Like the sweetest of sweet spots. Let's actually get this guy to like a point. See, but that's what I'm saying. I think like for me in this situation, I think this is just not a good mix. It's not a good overall interpretation of a good mix. He said perfect. Integrated should read -14. I like this. I like this real life, real time, U-Lean loudness meter tutorial that we experiencing right here. Let me put this to a good section of the music that's just hitting. Let me see, because it wasn't hitting -14. Okay, now it's hitting around -14. All right. Okay, so I wish I could understand all of this. It's really hard for me to understand how a compressor or a maximizer works. Okay, we'll talk about that in a second, Sasha. Perfect. Now adjust the output of the maximizer. So why are we adjusting the output of the maximizer? Because the output of the maximizer is already set to, he's saying to -1 dB. Why? So this is your settings. This is how he typically puts his settings. He puts his settings in this way. So yeah, output gain. Or is it output maximizer? Is that in U-Lean? Is he talking about that? Where's the output maximizer? Loudness. No M class. Okay, do it on the M class. Yeah, okay, so it's set on -1 on the M class. Let me see something. All right, so now before using this U-Lean loudness meter and adjusting to, you know, like to like King Willie's adjustments in terms of how we had this situation set. I don't like the sound though. I don't like the sound of that. We can try it. I don't like the sound. And I think it's because, so like, that's what I'm saying. This is part of like my situation, right? I think if you're mixed correctly, then you don't get the pushing and pumping that you get with this limiter if things is mixed correctly. I know another thing that you can do is you can use a multi-band compressor or like a 4-band parallel compressor so that you don't get the pushing and pulling, the pumping. I usually like having a soft clip on. Now, and I also tell you, like, to me, this is what it sounds like to me. This is the difference between soft clip and hard clipping, right? So not even with the limiter. What was I getting ready to say? Yeah, exactly. On this limiter, on this maximizer. Why is this fan not on? It's hot. Hey, I don't know, because I wish we could trade places then. I wish we could trade places and like you could be me and I could be you, because I don't think that way at all. I'll be like, yo, this is subpar. This is, you know, I don't know. Maybe it's a confidence thing. Maybe it's learning. It's growing. It's maybe it's a issue of comparison. Maybe I do a lot of comparisons. Like I compare myself to other people, or I compare my success, or if I compare my stuff with other pieces, like with other people, I'm like, yeah, my stuff is not as good, doesn't sound as good, not as loud, doesn't hit as hard, doesn't slap, doesn't create, like I'm always comparing, right? So for me, and they always say you are your worst critic, but I just be like, it's not even that you your worst critic. For me, it's like you just a terrible critic, because I'm just very hard on myself. So I wish I could trade places. I could say, oh man, yeah, I could have that mentality. All right, so just going back to the understanding and usage of this U-lean loudness meter, I'm gonna start using this more often as well. So now we're hitting at -15 with this limiter on. I'm gonna turn the limiter off and turn the soft clip back on. Keep this guy, keep open. Thank you. Oh yeah, we gotta reset it. Okay, here we go. Why? Okay, I bypassed them. Why? Because I don't like the way that sounds. And then that's the other thing. I would have to increase more of this input to get that back to 14. So now let's do that. See, I can't get to 14 without it. Go back. Did I mix it? Yeah. Kind of. Sort of. And in a moment of full transparency, I don't think I'm the best mixer. And it's not for a lack of trying, and it's not for a lack of trying, and it's not for a lack of research. Sometimes I think it's because of a lack of plugins or gear, but I think more so it comes down to my interpretation of sound and my ears, and just not like putting enough time into it. I talked about this before, where it's like, make a beat 1 minute, make a beat in 10 minutes, make a beat in 30 minutes, make a beat in an hour, make a beat in a day, make a beat in 10 days. That stuff, the time that you can put into it really makes the difference. So like a lot of these like tracks, a lot of these tracks are like things that I put together, because I can put a beat together like rather quickly, in terms of like, does it have the elements? And maybe you guys, suffer from this, or, you guys go through this as well. You know what I'm saying? Hey man, if you're here and you're watching and you've been enjoying the stream, please, could you just leave a like on the channel? I'm not seeing, it's more viewers than likes in here, so I'm trying to figure that out. But what was I saying? I was saying Benson Fables, what's good, man? Thanks for joining us. Appreciate you for coming through to the stream. What I was saying was, a lot of these beats, I put them together rather quickly. And I have an attention issue where I can't listen to it or keep making it for a certain amount of time. After a while, I'm more interested in coming up with the next idea, coming up with the next drum pattern, coming up with the next loop, I'm more interested in those things than perfecting what I'm working on. And so like I've seen the difference with like other YouTube streamers that I've seen. They will make a beat. They will take, say they're streaming for 6 hours, they will make the one beat in 6 hours. They will make it in 6 hours. And then it's like the entire process. Maybe in 6 hours, they go from like nothing to a completed beat with no mix. Or maybe in 6 hours, they go from nothing to a completed beat with a mix. But 6 hours working on the same thing, for me, at some point, I just would be like, yo, this is, I don't feel like it would be entertaining for me, nor would I feel like it would be entertaining for anybody else. But just along with that, it's just like, I understand that it's important. So like, I know like in this, I used to make a lot more. I know like in this situation, if I look at this, it's 22 files, all of these have not been, like, they haven't been exported. Like I have this folder here that says unfinished. This is a lie. This is a lie. This unfinished, that's a lie. It's only 2 tracks in here that say unfinished. That is a lie. All of these are unfinished. Look, finished beats. That is a lie. That's a lie. Let's open this one. We're going to come back to that one because I feel like it wasn't the best representation. I literally opened it up saying, oh, look, I called this a master. That ain't a master. I think it's something I did for a video. Anyway, just kind of moving back to what I'm saying. Spending a lot of time on this stuff, but not enough time. So I don't feel like I'm the best mix, you know what I'm saying? King Willie, I would be definitely down to do that challenge, you know what I'm saying? You should let me mix and master a beat, bro, then compare the difference. I'm down for that challenge. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna find a beat that I want to have mixed and mastered. And I'm going to go through the process and you go through the process. And then we'll see at the end which one sounds better, if they sound the same, right? And then we can share the process. We can say, okay, this is what I did first, second, third. This is what I did. You know, we'll kind of compare it. Because just as you, I'll send you the stems. Just as you was going through and you were like, turn off the EQ and the stereo imager and the compressor. Like, those are things, to me, when I heard the difference, I'm like, no, I like them better with them on. So I know that my process, and of course, probably like your collection of plugins and how you use the VSTs and the different instruments and effects in Reason, I know that those things are totally different from me and how I use them. So but I'm gonna pull up this track. There's gonna be another one of those tracks that I have to it's gonna be another one of those tracks that I have to I got the mixer all over. Oh man, I was doing some stuff over here, but I had all the windows up. I had everything up on this one, huh? So this is the rack. This is our main one right here. Okay, great. Okay. Okay, I gotta set this guy up again. There was a reason why I was doing this, and I've completely forgot what that reason was already. I guess it was to pull up. So this is something that I said was finished. I said, oh, okay, yeah. Okay, now I remember. Now I remember why this is finished. Or at least why I called it finished. I called this finished because I was working on this on live stream with somebody. I was working on it with my buddy Brian James. Speaking of which, I'm going to send him this video too. In the video, we say, okay, I'm going to make this beat with you. We'll make it together. I'm going to send you the beat. You put some vocals on it and send it back to me. And then we're going to play it for our stream to hear it. And I never got it. And I'm putting them on notice today. I never got that verse from you. I never got it, Brian. What happened? So anyway, I called it finished because as the artist, he was listening to it, hearing it, and he said, yes, that's finished. Don't do anything else. That's done. That's it. Does every track in a project be in the same key? Ivan, what do you mean by that? Just kind of clarify that for me. King Willie says he's gonna use all Reason to do the mix and master. I will do the same. Only Reason plugins to do the master. I will do the same. And what I will do is only thing I'm gonna use is this U-lean. I'm gonna use this U-lean so I can measure the loudness and everything like that. But I'm curious to see the difference between this U-lean meter and like the VU meter of Reason. Like, you know, what is it saying? So it's saying that snare is doing something. So we're hitting at -12. Let's turn the maximizer down a little bit. Just keep this guy open. So now let me ask you this, King Willie. Well, I'm sorry, I don't actually have to ask you that. I understand why. LUFS is a different measurement than VU, and it's also a different measurement than decibels. LUFS is about loudness. Okay. What is LUFS? LUFS simply stands for loudness units full scale. The measurement for LUFS is loudness units, and the full scale refers to the comparison to 0 dB, being the loudest point along the spectrum before clipping. SoundCloud, no loudness normalization happening. Spotify, -14 LUFS. Apple Music, -16 LUFS. Amazon, -11 LUFS. Different streaming services want you to have your music at different volumes or different loudness. And if you have your loudness louder, then they will adjust it. But if it's softer, you don't have to worry about whether or not they're going to change something, because they're not. If it's softer, they're going to leave it at that. But if it's louder, they're going to reduce it. And so that's where, you know, this loudness is important, right? So it's interesting to see like that, for example, like the loudness meter is actually showing like something Spotify would say, yes, that's loud enough. That's good enough. Because in my mind, or in what I'm hearing, it feels like I have to crank my audio interface very high for it to sound like it's loud to me. Or like punching or kicking, you know what I'm saying? Like hitting where it should be. Cool. So maybe in terms of loudness and sound and everything that it should be, this track is doing what it should do. It should be where it's at. It sounds like things are coming in. I think that snare was just a little too loud. I think that kick could come down a little bit as well. Where did you get the bass guitar? Is that live? I don't think it's live. No, it's Reason electric bass. And I don't feel like I played it that great either. Reason electric bass. And I like that bass. I like that bass. Well, good. I appreciate you, man. Thanks. I think that Reason electric bass is pretty dope and as well. So they have Reason electric bass, but they also have this refill. I'm gonna pull up this refill from Reason. I'm gonna pull up this refill right here. Let's pull up some different patches. Y'all done started something. So I guess to me, so the way I put it is like this Reason electric bass. I don't know if they actually officially said it, but the Reason electric bass, you have this Reason electric bass, and you have radical keys. No, don't save nothing. Reason electric bass, radical keys. I'll pull them up right now. I'll pull up the new. I'll pull up the new and the old. So you have process pianos, but then you also have radical keys. You have Reason drum kits. Oh, I thought they were adding in. Why didn't they add in? You know what I'm saying? Radical keys. That there. And the bass, and the bass, and the bass. Reason electric bass. So these instruments are essentially these refills, just in a different form. So we pull this guy up over here. So there's electric bass. Here's Reason electric bass. Here's Reason electric bass, the instrument. And then I know I have it. Here's oh wait, let's go to pianos first. Reason pianos. Producer pianos. Yeah, look, give me that. Yeah, give me that. So here's a piano. And I think the next thing I did was drum kits. So then they have a refill, Reason drum kits, refill that you can use. Multi-out, give me that, all the mics, I want all of it. And then they have this electromechanical. Where is it at? Right there, electromechanical. Boom. So now I will say these are the refills, and they are the OG. They're in the OG combinators, right? And even Reason electrical, they don't even have combinators for that. It's basically just NXT patches. But the newer ones, I think they're the same sounds. I think they're the same sounds. But what I would tell you is, as much as I think they're the same sounds, I don't think they're like exactly the same patches. Because I just feel like the newer instruments sound better, depending on what you're playing. So I think that, but more than like whether or not they're the same sounds or not is the functionality. Like the Reason drum kits, the functionality of it is way better than the other one. So maybe they're the same sound samples, but the functionality is way better. Because like they have this look, you can just add in this distortion here. It's like, they put all of the things that you could have in the combinator, but they've just given you a better way to access it and change things. So like one thing I always notice about like these hi-hats, for example, I always wanted to like go in and change the values of like the different things, right? So on this old one, when you have these hi-hats, for example, they did a lot of clever routing, and they split the hi-hats, the different volumes of the hi-hats, they split them off in for the overhead mics and the ambient mics. And that's great. But if you want to turn down the volume for specific things, like you had to actually like go in and change those volumes. like in the NNXT. So like for this kick drum, for example, you have to go in, find the actual sound. Okay, here's the ambient mics. I don't want any of those ambients. I don't want them in there at all. So I'm just gonna go and just delete them out and just delete all of them that say AM because I don't want any of the ambients. Okay, I just don't want the ambient drums at all. So now I've gotten rid of those ambient drums in my kick. If I want to do that in the Reason drum kits, for example, they actually have it right here in terms of like the leakage. So the room, I can turn the room down. The overheads, I can turn it down. Same thing with the snare drum, right? There's the very dry snare. I actually don't like the dry snare. Most times I like the room snare more than I like the dry snare. Hi-hats. Let's go with these hi-hats real quick. Hi-hats always just feel like they have too much in them. Like it's just too much sound. And it's not giving enough of that sizzle. I want more sizzle. So maybe I use the overheads for the hi-hats as well. And I'll dial in some of the room. Not a whole lot. But I want to take out, you know, I want to take out a lot of this sound. The toms are good. They're just loud. So for the toms, let's take out all that. Let's just keep it like that, right? So. Really want a electric drum kit because I got this drum kit, but I feel like it's too loud. And the thing about like drums, playing drums and drum kits, like this drum kit costs what it costs and it sounds how it sounds, but it's just not the greatest. It's not the greatest thing. And so if I want a better sound, if I had an electric drum kit, then what I could do is I could just hook that up to Reason and then use this Reason drum kit that I had to trigger with my electric drum kit as I play. That would be really cool. So maybe a project for the future that we could do. So we've been having a lot of fun talking about mastering and, you know, metering and stuff like that. So now let's actually get into some beats. Yeah, I just want a lot of that hi-hat sizzle. And we can go in and actually just turn down the volume for these crashes. And then we can turn up the room. So let's actually work on something. We're gonna use these sounds in here. Let's start with a bass line because I heard someone say that the bass line is the one, that's the key. to a groove. Bop, 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 bop. Move Windows toolbar. Something a little slower. I didn't play that. Now what if we take a baseline generator to that and just want to add some stuff to it. Let's duplicate this. Well, I can't find it. Where is it at? There it goes. Okay. We just need to actually. It does have it. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is just add in some extra little notes in here. So we got some little extra. We're gonna take this now and put this onto this track. And then wherever there's conflict, we're gonna get rid of it. What? Am I on the wrong thing? Move. It's a lot of conflict. Okay, never mind. We're gonna just undo that. I like the bass line I made. Da 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 da. Okay, let's start with that nice open full chord there. think it should have like a little bit more bounce to it though. So like maybe a little more like. Let's try a different chord for that C. Maybe that one. Okay, let's play it in the other key, the other piano. what could we do with that? right, cool. Okay, let's take that. Sorry for the noise, guys. Let me see. Let's call this Jazzy Loop 2. I started making some loops and stuff. Okay, we'll call it that. Jazzy Loop 2. Give me a new file. Da 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 da. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Reason 22 loops. Mm. Oh man, I like that. What y'all think? Y'all tell me. I feel something. I feel something with it. Okay, let's lay that down. My pre-click. Dum 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 dum. I gotta like play that out. I gotta like play this out and then like just get a whole bunch of these. Thanks, Luke. Dum, dum, dum. Ugh. Ah. Ugh. Ugh, it's nasty. And then it just cut. Like, oh, it was nasty. Boom, 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 boom. Still in drums. I didn't ask you to play. Maybe there's another drum kit that I can snatch some drums from. Maybe we should go high fidelity with the drums, and maybe we should go. I don't really like that. I don't want that either, though. I don't want none of that. I don't want none of that. Go in here. Find that drum kit. Find it. I'm not gonna find it. Oh yeah, I can hear that. I can hear that like father, like son. Coming to be. Sounding like father, like son. Coming to me. Like father, like son. That's actually one of my favorite like game tracks, actually. I could hear that. That's the only person opinion who matters right there. Only the real ones would know. Only the real one know. Don't be disrespectful like that. Come on, Reason. Where you at? Don't do me like that. Just, yeah, you played all those notes off. Yeah, definitely. Quantize couldn't save that. Come on, Reason. Hey, Secret Scroll, man. Good to see you, man. Appreciate you coming through the stream. Yeah, we've been going. This is the only beat that we made today, though. We've been looking at some other stuff, metering, and some other stuff inside of Reason. But this is the first beat and last beat. What is it? Why is it not sounding? I'm just not playing right now. But I also don't like this I don't like this I would also get rid of that. Actually, and I don't think. What is this mouse doing? Man, I feel like that's too much. It's taken away from the actual like essence of what I was first hearing, which is more like just this. Maybe either keep the 808s and drop the bass. Yeah, maybe do that. And then maybe bring the bass back. Boom, 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 boom. All right, man. So, say that's a good stream. Oh man, legs. Whew. Oh man, my legs. Oh, my legs. Doom 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 doom. Do dum 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 do dum 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 do dum do dum 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 do dum do dum dum do dum 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 do do dum dum do dum dum do dum dum do dum dum do dum do-do-do-dum, do-dum, do-dum, do-dum. I don't think I'm gonna get my Keep it 100, man. Thanks for pulling up. We actually are gonna get ready to close the stream right now. I appreciate you guys for coming through to the stream. So we have look at this: Sasha, King Willie, Bino Beats, Face the Music, Mo Grizzly, Ivan Velez, Chuck G came through, Mehdi Amar, Mickey Knox, as well as Mr. Frosty Beats came through. What up? Just looking through my list here, seeing everybody that came through to the stream today. Let me see this. Joshua came through. Holla Sounds came through to the building. Appreciate you for coming through. Sasha, as I said before, Fatal Exception also came through to the stream. Dale Brown Music came through to the stream. King Willie was hanging out with your boy Walt Troyton, Benson Fables, some new names, some names I've seen before. The Analog Kid, appreciate you for coming through. Of course, Wifey Tasia came through, and Secret Scroll also came through, and my brother DJ Dynamite. appreciate you, man. Appreciate you for coming through. So thank you guys for coming through to the stream. I really appreciate you guys for hanging out with your boy today from 10 to 2. If you guys are interested in more of these live streams and seeing more and having more content, as well as some downloads that are available, if you guys are interested, join the membership, man. Join the YouTube membership. Loads of stuff will be added weekly. You guys know I'm active on this YouTube. I'm active on my live streams. Of course, Ivan, man, I appreciate talking with you. We was looking at the keyboards together, you know what I'm saying, talking through some stuff, man. I appreciate you coming through. Always shouting out the people that's coming to hang out with your boy, you know. So if you guys are interested in more, some exclusive content, some exclusive, you know, behind the scenes stuff, some, you know, day in my life kind of stuff, but also just like, you know, what it's like to set these streams up, but also just more beat cookups and one-on-one kind of, you know, training and thought process in terms of beats and everything like that. Join the channel so that you guys can be a part of this growth and be a part of the new stuff and good stuff that's happening through this YouTube channel. You know, we hit the 1,000 last year. We're at 23 or 24, I think, today. So the channel is growing, and we just want to just continue that growth. So I appreciate your support and all of your help, and, you know, just anything you guys can do to help out. I would appreciate it. And of course that includes, you know, any ideas or any suggestions as well, channel ideas, content ideas, video ideas, live stream concepts, anything you guys got, man. I appreciate it if you share that with me. But also, like I said, in our membership, we will have exclusive posts, exclusive content, and exclusive members only live streams. So if you guys are interested in something like that from your boy Chris Reed Beats, go ahead and click join and you can become a member of our channel. With that being said, I appreciate you guys for watching, man. I hope that you all have a great day. Until next time, take care, everybody, and until next time, peace. Show that. Yo, DJ, appreciate you, man, for joining the channel membership, bro. Wow. Yo, we definitely got to shout you out, man. Super dope, man. Appreciate you, bro. Man, it means a lot to me, man. God bless you, man. Thank you. Thank you so much, man. Super dope, man. He is a avid reader now, avid readers. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you for, joining the channel, bro. And yeah, I hope you enjoy the exclusive content and downloads that we will have available coming soon, man. Super big, man. Appreciate you, man. Thanks a lot. Peace.